Gosh. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum-bum. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Hey, the professor's here. What's up, Llama? How you doing? How we doing today? Good old Wednesday. Yep, trickling in. Trickling in. Intel with a nice dip, huh? Huh? Not too shabby. Yep. 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 Oh, yeah. Well, we can't get too upset because when we would get negative news, stocks would go up. So, I don't even know what to make of this anymore. That's why, I know, like, technically, this data is irrelevant, right? But, people will say, like, oh, manufacturing numbers coming out, CPI numbers coming out. And I don't know, it just doesn't even matter anymore. Pipcat, hey, how we doing? Greetings from Germany. Me, yeah, I'm alright. I mean, the rain makes my head hurt and I feel like crap. And I also had like a spaz out meltdown in Discord, but I'm doing alright, just hanging out. Yeah, I don't know. It's like something with the barometric pressure or something. Like even if there's like a big storm cloud like rolling in and it starts to come over, I could like feel that heaviness. The rain is beautiful. Yeah, no, it is. I like it. I like it. It just drags me down. Hmm. Oh baby. All right, let's see what's going on. All right, so we got the NASDAQ coming up. It's funny because this trend line here that looks like perfectly lines up with everything is not there. But NASDAQ bouncing up a little bit. You can see we had the big drop, and now you can see we're almost spiking back up and doing a little tight little triangle here. And in my opinion, probably going to pop back up here to the moving average, right? So we're probably going to spike at least like 80 to 100 points and try to at least rebound to here, and then we may even reject. But that's why I was calling for the QQQ calls earlier, because I know obviously I mentioned them yesterday, and then we woke up today and we chunked down, right? So those are kind of screwed depending on your expiration date. But That's why, again, we have to take what the market gives us, and if we always have cash on hand, we can re-enter something like QQQ calls and now catch the bounce, make money back here in the short term to offset this loss, right? So that's why, again, I mean, you know, I know it was a rough call, it didn't work out, but this is why options, number one, are a pain in the ass, and number two, as we said, you have to follow the rules. You have to be sharp, you have to always be here, you have to always have cash on hand. And that's what I mean. Something like replaying the QQQ call bounce now canceled out the loss from yesterday's QQQ calls. So, hey, Aussie Cola. That's really what it comes down to, you know, when we're talking options trading. And the problem is, people don't look at it that way. You know what I mean? They'll buy an option, and if it doesn't work out, they kind of start to fly off the handlebars, right? Oh, options are trash, the market's bullshit, like, blah, blah. And believe me, I understand. I have that reaction sometimes too, but it's a big process if we're talking options trading. Yeah, let's look at HGRAF. I bought HG too high at 280, long hold now. Well, hopefully, like we said, you know, a couple of bucks trickling in when and where you can. And, you know, even if it does pull back, hopefully you can add to the position and try to lower that cost a little bit. Hey, listen, me too. You guys know I'm very late, right? I was literally just in the last, like, week able to move over a tiny amount of cash. And I'm literally buying a handful of shares of HGRAF anytime I have cash on hand. So, yeah, me too. I mean, I was buying up here. Joe Bag of Donuts, how you doing? Oh, Ricardo, I appreciate that, brother. Nah, we're going live. I enjoy doing live. Randomly flipping out. I bought Intel short yesterday, already 60% up. You think I should hold a little bit longer? Yeah, wait, you shorted it? No, you bought puts, you mean? Well, that worked out very well. I mean, almost looks like we're kind of bear flagging, and we could drop back here to maybe like another 35-40 cents. I want to say though, it's in the spotlight. It's close to a support level. End markets are down, but it seems like we're rebounding. So it may not break much lower. I'm honestly surprised it's even down this much today. So it depends on your expiration, though. I need to know the expiration. Let's put in Discord straight. I start to feel like pumping up channel. People pumping open. Yeah, well, that's what pikers do, right? That's what pikers do. They join these Discords. They come to the YouTube comments channel, and they just start spamming and pumping what they own, what they like, what's up for them, how much money they made on this. And that's why, like I said, I don't care. I don't care if everyone thinks I'm a bipolar prick, like that other kid was saying. I'm bipolar. Hey, listen, whatever. It is what it is. At the end of the day, the fact that, again, we're working in good faith right now in the honor system, and as I said, like, about 10% of the Discord over the lifetime have probably sent donations here and there. So that's what it's not like 50-70% of this community is taking care of me and I'm flipping out for no reason. So that's what I mean. The people know what they're doing. And yeah, if you're going to come in here and try to make it like every other Discord, and you're going to start spamming crackhead stocks and just posting dumb shit because you have all the time in the world, because you're not making money. My original point was going to be, if I'm technically not even charging you, but I'm more serious about it than you are, you should be fucking ashamed of yourself. Average 267 Canadian. Yeah. Okay. Got some HGRAF during the week. Thanks to all for giving me the exchange that I could purchase on. Hey, awesome. Awesome. Open end, but I think I'm going to sell. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, listen, like I said, in my opinion, it shouldn't be down this much, but they did chunk it back down. It's very close to this support trend line. It could go a little bit lower, right? And you could miss out on what? Maybe like another, 5% or whatever. But at the end of the day, you made the call. It happened to work out right away the next day. So you know what? 60% is a phenomenal return. So yeah, yeah. In my opinion, lock it in. Lock it in. Especially if some random announcement comes out, right, in like an hour, and then all of a sudden everything starts raging back up. You're going to be screwed. Hey, Daily Bob. Good old Deli. Oh, baby. We are hanging out. Hey, daily stream like. We appreciate the support. NASDAQ, S&P chunking up even faster. Ah, we're moving. We're moving. Do you do any day trading? Yeah, well, I mentioned, like I always said, if I had money, when I make these investment calls or short-term option calls, you know, when I give my opinion, I say like, oh, QQQ calls, like I did yesterday. I had a few bucks in cash. So when I said QQQ calls, I bought one. And yeah, that one's down big. And yeah, today, like I said, right here at this white arrow, when I saw the bounce and we kind of reversed the trend, I had a feeling that the NASDAQ was going to climb up like at least 100 or something points. And that's why I said QQQ calls. And now I jumped in that one, and that one's up like, I don't know, 100 something percent. But yeah, when I have cash on hand, I'll jump into the option plays that I toss out. I always said I put my money where my mouth is. And I still talk about that stem stock, which was a very bad call, right? They dropped the ball. They didn't run it properly. And of the few dollars I had in my account, I did own shares of stem. I did put my money where my mouth is. I did sell it for a loss. GT leaps. Yeah, awesome. Awesome. GT, again, should be all right. Hopefully markets don't start tanking on some Fed news or whatever. But, yeah, GT, we were just talking, same thing, kind of like Intel, right? Brand name company, there's value there. They recently sold off some assets, raised some cash. They're doing some restructuring. And again, even the last time we looked at it at about 8.5, it just kind of slowly worked its way up. And then all of a sudden it was at like 10, 10.5, 11.25. So you can see some decent percentage returns on something like GT here. Can you please look at Hive? But the TSX one seems like it would beat up on the last 4 quarters. But with Bell Canada to do their NVIDIA infrastructure. Alright, just give me 1 second. 15 people on the live. Like the video? Yeah, like the video. I'm raging and blazing, baby. I'm the raging Cajun. That's what they call me. Right on. What's my biggest position right now? I don't have any money. HGRAF. BGS climbed back up enough for me to exit the earnings call break even. Hey, Deli Bob. See that? What do I always say, Deli? What do I always say? Even when I'm wrong, I'm right. Right? And then what happens? There's some schmuck piker in the Discord. Oh, well, I bought this and it's down 4.3%. You frickin' schmuck. That's what I mean. People make me laugh, bro. People make me laugh. And again, like I said, y'all can think I'm flying off the handlebars, having some sort of emotional breakdown. It's fine. It's all good. But just remember, again, I used to make 700 phone calls a day. I know who I'm talking to when I'm talking to certain people. And there's a reason why I speak to some of you a certain way and others a different way. Bought the QQQ calls for expiration Friday. Think they might recover a bit, or should I take the 50%? Yeah, well, like I said, TradingView is showing me this trend line that literally came out of nowhere, but right now it's lined up perfectly, and it's technically above this phantom trend line. So, you know what? I have a call too. I'm just holding right now. I'm just holding. And I don't even pay attention to, like, you know, the economic event calendar and shit. So I don't know, like, is the Fed, are we going to get Fed news in like 10 minutes? I don't even know what's going on. All right, you wanted to look at Hive. This guy wants a Discord link. What's the password? You must know the password. We're looking at Hive. I'm assuming it's this one. Yep, that's a reverse split probably. Yes, of course it is. We love buying random stocks that reverse split. Okay, we're kind of climbing up here. Okay, big volume coming in July. 28, 31 million, 45 million, 60 million. All right. All right. 500 mil. Keith, I was just joking. There's no password. Give me a second. To 100 mil. Building a bridge between the digital currency and blockchain sector. I mean, like I guess. Well, it looks like their assets are growing very nicely. My goodness. Just remember, the stock went from 10 cents to 270 before they decided to come out and say, you know, it's no good and they think it's up for no reason. And what do I always tell you? Read between the lines. Fed Joker speak over the next 3 days with Powell on Friday. Oh my goodness. Jeez. I don't know. Maybe it might be a good idea to lock in those. I was just going to say. Oh shit. Let him take profits. Oh shit. But yeah, this Hive, this equity is growing nice. Hopefully if the revenue stays up, they shouldn't take too much of a hit. We could look at share dilution, but it seems like they're growing nice. I mean, equity up here 560, market cap about 500 mil. So in theory, it should kind of at least kind of hold this value, right? Which means you won't have to worry about it going all the way back down to $1, kind of. I don't know, let's see. That 30 mil, up to 40 mil, that's not too crazy. I said you want to beat that get to beat. Yeah, shares up. Wow. 125%. And see, but see, like, I'm not a big crypto guy. So, like, this whole bridge between the digital currency and the blockchain and stuff, like, if you can, like, explain that to me, that'd be great. Because I have no idea what that means. But if we're talking, like, a crypto bank or whatever, then yeah, I mean, technically it should be alright. They're mining? Is that what this is about? Yeah, I mean, if they're again, just like when we spoke about all the other miners as well, I mean, as long as you're not overpaying too much, you know, if you check the assets, how much cash they have, how much they're actually generating, right? If we're not talking like an insane valuation, then really all it comes down to is your belief in Bitcoin, right? Because if these people, and again, I haven't read recent news, but if that's the story here, that they're in Bitcoin mining, then yeah, unfortunately, that's really all it comes down to. When Bitcoin goes up, you see the miners like CleanSpark, Mara, they all start climbing. Bitcoin drops 2%. Now all those Mara and other miners, they all drop down 5, 6, 7%. So it really all depends on if you think this is a good entry point for Bitcoin. And we have come right back down inside of the wedge as predicted. I'm too damn good at this shit, bro. So may hang out maybe till the end of the week. And potentially as the Fed meetings wrap up, maybe that'll see your bounce and you break out of this wedge. So if Bitcoin is actually setting up over the next 1, 2, 3 days to bounce up, then yeah, technically that Hive and all those other miners are probably a good buy. But yeah, unfortunately, if that's what they're doing, then it's all about Bitcoin. Wednesday, minutes Federal Reserve meeting, 2 p.m. Okay. Oh, shit. Do I like Hood? No, I think the stock is massively overvalued in my opinion. I can't even believe it's this high. I have to assume that they're pumping it and the younger investors and traders are buying it simply because they have Robinhood accounts and it's a name that they know. In my opinion, the stock is massively overvalued. I wouldn't touch it. HG released Austin, Texas plan info. Okay. SMC, I hate everything. There you go. Now we're talking, Pipcat. Welcome. God damn it. Welcome to the community. Yeah, that's another, right? This is a Bitcoin, right? Oof. Just brought in 2 mil. Hey, Garrett, how we doing, brother? Up 80% on Hood because I do believe it's a great company, but now it's too involved with crypto. Yeah, I don't know. It's rough, man. It's rough. You know what I mean? Because it's like one of these, again, as I said, it's a name that like the young people know and it's trending and it's getting a lot of social media attention. So almost similar to something like Palantir, right? We have people in the Discord who bought late at like 30, 40, and then they sold at like 70, 80, thinking it was massively overvalued, and it just kept going, you know? So it's hard to call, but I do still say, again, like I always say, I know what I know. And looking at the valuations of a lot of these stocks and looking at the actual business that they're bringing in, if markets really do start chunking down, they will be the most exposed. They will drop the most. So again, I'm not saying, you know, I don't personally like it. But if you're in, if it's up nice, and, you know, if everything remains okay, then, you know, you could be all right. But I just want you to understand the risks involved if markets really do start to pull back. Ethereum Treasury. Yeah, they do mining. Yeah, man, it's all, I mean, you know, the data centers is good. The fact that the revenue's been, you know, slightly increasing and they're starting to chunk up, come in above estimates, that's really good. 500 million, not a crazy valuation. You know, when I just checked a bunch of those numbers, in my opinion, dilution did seem like an issue though, right? Share amount did really seriously increase over roughly the last year and a half, 2 years. But probably not the worst buy right there at around the 2 range. And yeah, like I said, if the pattern on Bitcoin rings true, and it did pop out of the wedge prematurely, come back at the apex, and now it's ready to pop back up again, then yeah, technically something like Hive will probably go from like $2.30 to $3 or something as Bitcoin starts climbing. Ethereum Treasury, yeah, you know, I know Ethereum's what, it's like the second or third biggest one, right? 9 billion market cap. $2 million a quarter. $9 billion market cap. So, so they're holding Ethereum? I don't understand. And has this been around, or did this just go public and the charts messed up? Yeah, I know a little something something about Ricey. A little something something. Like what is all this? Oh my goodness. What is all this? They're buying Ethereum. Okay. Well, how does Ethereum look? Fucking stimulus money just... Any particular reason why it's up 6% right now? Hey, LT, how we doing? Need to stay off X. That guy fighting with short sellers on HGRAF. Fucking Johnny come latelys. Yeah, Keith, they're teasing you. I looked at Ricey back in 2023 when the stock was like $1. This was my first video on Ricey at $1.20. Fucking stock hit 15. Right? But then they're in my fucking Discord. Oh, my position's down 6%. Fucking idiots. BMA just went public. Its leader is Tom Lee. They hold 1.1 million Ethereum. Valued at... Oh, well, I guess that makes sense then. Alright, yeah. So, I mean, Ethereum seems like it's on the up and up. It's having a big day today. And you're saying holding worth approximately $5 billion. Market cap right now was like $9 billion. So, yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. However, we know also that Trump's been kind of pro-crypto. Treasury for Ethereum, like MicroStrategy, Treasury to Bitcoin. Well, then in theory, it's a buy, right? In theory, it's a buy. And just like we said with MicroStrategy and Hive and all these other ones, right? If we see that these cryptos right now, anyway, are solid, they're in the news headlines, we're speaking positively about it, then chances are they're either going to stay up or continue to go up, which, of course, means that the companies like those are good buys, technically. Also, again, I know people mention crypto as a hedge, but if you notice a lot of times, like Bitcoin and, well, I guess really Bitcoin's the only one I watch, really, but I notice Bitcoin sometimes, it does move with the markets, right? So it's not, I mean, like, it could be a hedge, but we're not talking, like, necessarily the same type of hedge as, like, a gold or a silver or the VIX, right? So... Like I understand it's a hedge, but like it's kind of not a hedge. I don't know, whatever that means. Hey, Killian, how you doing? I'm doing all right. Doing all right. Had a little bipolar meltdown earlier, but, you know, a little coffee, you know. We'll be all right. Yeah, coffee helps. Wow, now my QQQ calls are down. Well, because you guys got me talking about crypto. See what happens? I'm ruined. Hey, Tom, I'm not trying to call you out, but quick heads up. I thought you may have mentioned about potentially sending me something. And I'm not sure if I received something. Or if you even sent something. So, I'm just bringing it up because I know that, you know, random people join and they try to, you know, impersonate me and act like me. So, if you did send something, I don't know if I got it. So, you might have sent it to the wrong person. Yeah, Ricey's great, Keith. Ricey's great. And yeah, I know you just found us recently, but yeah, I was talking about Ricey all the way back there at $1.20, and I basically said that, you know, big company, brand name company, probably not going anywhere. They used to be very good. They used to pay a dividend. They got beaten up, right? The books got all askew. then we start to restructure, we start to cut costs. And I basically said, again, brand name company, play the rebound, it's going to recover. And then before you know it, contracts are going to come in, and then all of a sudden they're going to start talking about how the company is healthier and how they're beefing up price targets and they're raising their ratings. And slowly but surely, stock went from $1 to over $15. So now on the pullback, 13.60 or whatever it was. I mean, of course it could go lower, right? It could drop to 12, it could drop to 11. But at the end of the day, they really did turn it around. They got their ducks in a row, and they announced that they're reinstating the dividend to shareholders. So as of right now, nothing but good news, in my opinion, for Ricey. So I still like it. I still like it. Yeah, I just flipped out in the Discord, man. I'm just so sick of the Pica bullshit, bro. Can't stand it anymore. Hey, Lucio. Got the money over, huh? Got the order in. Good job. My neighbor showed me it, and he bought back at $1. So I started digging and found out they seemed great. Yeah, no, it's great company. And I compared it again to, like here in the States, back in 2008, 2009, when we had the big market pullback. The auto sector, Ford, perfect example, same thing. Stock went down to $1, right? It was like the biggest name in the space, brand name, American company, right? Henry Ford, you can't let that stock go under. So before you know it, right, they help them out, they get their money in a row, then they, start to build the company back up, and then the stock was at, $8, $10, $12. So yeah, obviously you missed that dollar level, but yeah, in general, I still like it. I do still think it's, slowly going to climb back up over time. And like we said, the cash is a little more healthy. They've been getting like consistent revolving credit increases and credit rating increases and whatnot on the health of their financials. So that's why I'm saying they reinstated the dividend. I like it. I like it. Check on good old HGRAF. Oh, baby. So we technically broke this support trend line here. Could potentially be bottoming out to where we can actually break back down here, believe it or not. And I know some people may say, holy crap, that's a massive drop back to 70 cents. But remember, first of all, we found it at 10 cents or whatever it was. Second of all, the previous high before this massive surge was like 28.9 cents, right? So even if it pulls back to 70 and then bounces back up, it's still in, an extremely healthy looking rally still, in my opinion anyway. Textron? Of course. Of course. Series 7, Series 63. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, I heard of Textron. See what we got here. Providence, Rhode Island. I feel, didn't we just get like some drama coming out of Rhode Island or somebody? I don't know. Uh, yeah, it is a good one. This is a good one. I like it. Got your nice little dividend. That, mm, I don't know. I think if you're looking for aerospace defense, uh, I don't know. I mean, this one looks all right. Ricey has a little bit of a better track record. I know it's overseas, though. I don't know what country you're in. And I did the fucking Trump video, and I said, in my opinion, General Dynamics. I mean, people, I mentioned something like RTX, Raytheon in the past, and some people played that one on the big over-dramatic drop that we knew was almost guaranteed to bounce. So we had some people buy that dip and just wait and make good money on RTX. But I said, in my opinion, I said GD. I said GD in my defense. I said it in previous videos. I've said it in the Discord. I know I've yet to give you a Discord link. So obviously you're not aware of that. But, this is your fault too, right? I mean, you could have asked. Oh, breaks my heart. You broke my heart, Keith. You broke my heart. Like I say, shit's easy. Shit's easy. I know what I know. I try to mention it in videos and stuff. But do they listen? No. And then apparently 7 months later, they want to fucking try to call me out and start crying to me. Stock's up like $5. I'm just sitting here waiting. Like, oh, poor baby, you have to wait. You have to sit there and wait to make free money. Oh, poor baby. You know what I mean? It's like not even an investment community half the time, I just feel like I'm babysitting. Just babysitting pikers in here. Yeah, it must be TikTok. Yeah, I don't know what it is. But something changed in society. I'll tell you what, man. People are wild. That's why I said, I was joking, but also at the same time, I don't know. We might have to start doing like mandatory CAT scans for some of these people. People are crazy. Looks like markets be reversing. Do me a favor, Keith. Just make sure to type and say hello in the Discord so I don't kick you, huh? Alright, you're looking at the whole aerospace sector. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. But then again, I mean, we're doing peace deals and whatnot. Had to finally Google Pica, stingy idiot. What is that, a couillon? Couillon? A piker is a little fish. A little pike. A little piker. Piker's a little fish that has that bark and that bite. They think they're a big fish, They try to talk shit to me in my own Discord thinking they're somebody, That's why I said straight up, that bitch is crazy, bro. She, she's in here, she thinks she's talking to her husband. I don't know. She got a little confused with me. I don't know who she's talking to. Everybody wants something for nothing. Then you mention, like, oh yeah, yeah, you and you, well, weren't you supposed to send me some? Oh, well, you want to be an asshole about it? All right, fuck you then. It's like, oh, all right. I mean, you brought it up 2 months ago that you were gonna send me something, but all right, I'm the prick now. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. They all want something for nothing. Yeah, the super chats are cool. And like I said, I mean, it's just working out better. I appreciate the few of you who come in and support me every day here on the stream and type in the chat, give you likes, send a couple of bucks if you got it. And unfortunately, if you go look at the channel and check the popular videos, if I'm not doing like an SMCI update, then I usually don't get many views on that video, which is pretty unfortunate. Keith, are you in America? I don't know what country you're in, where you are. Whoever that other person is that just joined, please speak, say something, or you will get kicked from the Discord. Dividend stocks staying up. You're on the East Coast. All right, you're here in the States, bro. Buy this, bro. In my opinion. All right? Like I said, spoke about it here. Fucking video, same thing. Got 140 views. No one cares. No one gives a shit. And guess what? Freaking stock ran 25, 30%, right? So who gives a shit? I give a shit. Because I'm the best at what I do. And I was yet again correct. And I was trying to do the right thing. Free of charge. But, people don't listen. But, yeah, I'd buy this, in my opinion. That's my opinion. Two brothers. Well, we got twin brother darkness right there. Same time, every day with the popular freaking stocks. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's all about the live streams. That's what I'm learning. It's all about the live streams. Bust some balls, have some laughs, rage a little bit, vent a little bit. And then, of course, we could do some work and, like, actually analyze and do something. Yeah. I appreciate that, Keith. Appreciate that. But yeah, this is, so just to remind everybody, this is a shipbuilding company. And here, after I was late, see this big gap up? This green candle right here was Trump saying, oh, I want to, reinvest into our Navy. I want to rebuild our Navy, get our ships back up and running, right? So I technically mentioned it and did a video late at $216 talking about this news. And the stock ran to almost 300. So that's why, in my opinion, this seems to be staying up and on the up and up. And also, again, General Dynamics, as we just saw, is basically new highs, near highs. Like I said, not to be cocky, shit's easy, man. People make it harder than it is. Good day to buy the dip. Yeah. It's funny, the last couple of days I've been in here like, stocks only go up, and miraculously now we're down. I just want to say thanks, appreciate it. Yeah, you got it, Scott. You got it. You're a good guy. I know you are. I got you, brother. I appreciate that. Appreciate it. But like I said, people don't fully listen and people don't fully trust the process. So, like I mentioned, I was a broker. So if y'all are looking at me as a broker and judging me as a broker, then guess what? I mean, understandable, very fair. But also at the same time, you got to be 100% on my side. As I always say, you can't cherry pick. You can't dip your toe in the pool and test out what I'm doing. Either you're in or you're out. And if you're not 100% in, then guess what? I'm not 100% accountable. Yeah, well, people, what was it? As we were nearing the end of July, everyone started posting like the Dow historical movements, from month to month over the last 20 years, 50 years. And supposedly August, September, usually kind of slow months. So we may remain kind of stagnant. We may see a little bit of a pullback here in the next couple of weeks, and then we might just gear up and pump the markets in the fourth quarter going into the end of the year. But we have to take it day by day. But technically, it sounds like a lot of the news headlines, like coming out of the meetings with Putin and whatnot, it seems mostly more positive than negative in my eyes. So, not really sure if we're going to have a massive drop, but I mean, we should, in my opinion, but whatever. It's probably not going to happen. I'm 18 and just starting out. Hey, my man. If I really took to it when I was that young, probably be in a much better position now. Always phenomenal to hear when people come in and they're, oh yeah, I'm 17 or I'm 20, I'm in college, but I want to learn about the market. I gotta, I want to put my money to work for me. How does this work? What do you look for? What do you like? It's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Because unfortunately, in this country anyway, we don't teach people about money. And then when they're like 48 and broke and completely fucked, that's when someone's like, oh, well, the whole time you should have been, rolling into this ETF. And if you bought shares of this, you'd be retired. And, that's the way you got to do it. That's really what it comes down to. Again, in all fairness, we know there's a lot of stupid people out there, but in all fairness, bro, like the reason why people don't have money, or like if they invest, like it doesn't work out, or they get screwed or whatever. People just don't know what they're doing. They don't understand what they're doing because they were never taught how to do it. Yeah, just take it all in, Keith. Take it all in. Taking it all in. Kid Warren Buffett deserves a slap. He's lucky we're not on land. That's not only in USA. Most countries they do that. Not one of their interests. People, yeah, like they say, they want us, right, like just bright enough to like do the jobs, but they don't want us wise enough to make the moves and see the returns and amass the wealth and see the growth that they see. Okay, whoever Warspite 360 is, you have 60 seconds. You're getting kicked. Probably like some 60-year-old guy who just got up to take a piss or something like that. Poor guy's gonna come back. What'd I do? What happened? Bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum. Bum ba-dum 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 bum bum. Bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum. Bum ba-dum ba-ding ba-ding ba-ding. La da 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 da. La da da da. On we now our gay apparel. All quiet on the earnings front. Walmart. Yeah, Walmart, I mean, you should, in theory, buy puts, in my opinion, right? Because, I mean, we raise tariffs. They import everything from frickin' overseas for 28 cents, sell it to you for $5.99. So, in my opinion, puts. How's Apple doing, by the way? Speaking of tariffs and screwing people over. Where am I here? We were here. Pop back up here. Should have rejected here, but of course continued to pop up here because stock market's fake, as we all know. Now you can see we're coming down here to meet up here with the moving average of 218 to come back into the apex to finally break and form the pattern. So, in my opinion, Apple puts. I'll mention that in the Discord so that everyone can see it and no one will listen, but that's okay. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum. War Spite 360 is doing a 360 freaking no scope on his way out of the fucking door. When you join a Discord, you speak. You understand? You don't make the rules. You don't make. I do. I make the rules. I make the rules. If you join, you don't speak. You're a bot sent from Skynet, and we must eliminate you. I don't take any chances here. Yeah, I really wish I was able to open like a couple of hundred store locations and just import shit for like 30 cents and sell it for $10. I really wish I was able to do that. Of course, though, the stock for some reason is kind of forming an ascending triangle. I have no idea what's happening. What is happening? Yeah, expected profit of 5.89 billion. Right, and then when people like, and then when Trump was like, yeah, we're beefing up the tariffs, and the company's got to step up, they got to pay, and people are like, oh, you think they're gonna fucking pay? Making billions of dollars a quarter strictly because they're screwing over American consumers by buying from a third world crappy ass, cheap ass economy and marking it up 1,500% and then selling it to us. So yeah, they can take the hit. Absolutely, they can take the hit. Right? But the libtards on the other side, they came out and they're posting like the drop in profits that like GM saw recently or something like that. Oh, Trump's single-handedly destroying the auto industry. Yeah? What? Who told them to go make their car in frickin' Mexico or wherever the hell they're making it? Who told them to do that? No one told them to do that. Because it was all about being as greedy as we could, beefing up profit margins as much as we can, in turn pumping our stock up as much as we can, in turn making us as many billions as we could. And now Trump showed up and said, hey, listen, all this fuckery y'all been doing, it's going to need to come to an end. And, yeah, costs are going up, and it's going to be your end, and, figure it out. No need to buy pot stocks, right? You can grow it on your own. Yeah, they do that on purpose, Deli. They do that on purpose. Because if it moves the way they were supposed to, they'd be fucked. Yeah, don't do me a favor, Scott. Don't buy any pot stocks, huh? I mean, you know, if you want to buy some pot, I understand. Don't buy the stock, though, right? Come on, that's silly. You silly rabbit. Big drop. How we doing? Yeah, we were looking strong. Have a little pullback here. Now maybe we'll bounce here. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Oh, tech sell-off pushes. Yeah, tech should have sold off a year and a half ago. It was COVID. I was bored. Must be nice. Time to buy weed stocks was 2020 and sell during 21. Yep. Just like when someone I knew from the neighborhood, he lived like down the block, and I remember his little brother like saw me one day and he was like, oh yeah, you know, I know you do stocks. I opened an account on this Robinhood. This was obviously, you know, during lockdowns and whatnot. And he's like, yeah, you know, they gave me shares of oh fuck, what was it? Some frickin' Plug Power. He's like, oh, they gave me shares of Plug or whatever, but I think the stock was like 10, $12 or something like that. Bro, like, I don't know, a month later or something, after the stimulus checks started to go out and all the kids started to pump up all these EV stocks, freaking Plug was at like $60, $70. And he's like, oh my God, it's raging, oh my God. And I was like, listen, bro, stocks don't normally do that. So, you know, maybe you should like take the money and lock it up and make it real. Nah, it's raging, changing the world, they're making batteries. All right, bro. All right, bro. You know, I mean, some people don't want to sell at 70. Some people don't want to sell at 70. They don't want to be real. They don't want to come back to reality. They don't want to sell at 70. Fucking stocks at $1. $1. What a disgrace. If I was the CEO of this company, I'd either step down or I would have like a serious depression, freaking drinking problem. I could never do this to people. I could never do this to people. I mean, it really wasn't their fault, but oh man. People start up these bullshit companies, go to the institutions, do some palm pressing. Before you know it, they raise $5 billion for some bullshit wish upon a star freaking patent that isn't even in development yet, right? They need $5 billion to get started, and then they're going to need 5 years before they might make one and sell one. It's such a crock of shit. That's why back in the day, a lot of companies waited to get established, then they went public. Which is why, almost right out of the gate, the stock started performing very well. Because people knew what they were established, they weren't massively overvalued when they hit the market, the business was on a good trajectory, so there was big demand when these shares went public. Visa, Google, there was big demand. That's what I mean. Now it's just all nonsense. Oh yeah, I want to make spaceships. I need $50 billion in 7 years. Oh, all right, no problem. Sign here. These people are crazy. These people are crazy. I'll tell you, if I had a bank, nobody would get money. It's the best way to do it. Just like the way Harvard rejects everybody, right? And they're like, oh, we're the best because we reject the most people. Yeah? That's how I'd run my bank. These freaking real estate jerk-offs would come in. Yeah, I got 18 properties. I want to take out a loan and get 10 more and turn them into Airbnb. Nah, you don't qualify. Nah. Sorry. Try Chase Manhattan. These freaking quote-unquote real estate investors have no idea how much they are helping to destroy the housing market. See how this one's looking. Yeah, pretty flat. 1.5 Canadian. See, I keep doing that. Yeah. See, I'm worried again. I'm worried if we flatten here twice, then we have a potential double bottom and we can bounce. But if we continuously test flat lows, then it may like the algorithm, right? The computers that run everything may see the triangle and break it. So we have to see. I can't believe that stock ran as much as it did. What a freaking call, man. Holy shit. Stock got so hot so fast before anything happened that you now have hit pieces coming out on a no-name company that no one was talking about. Think about this, bro. And I tell you all the time with these press releases, bro, you know, tread lightly, read between the lines, try to find out what they're really trying to say and why they're saying it, right? Stock just went from here to here. Why would someone trash it? Think about it. I'm telling you, man. Oh, too damn good at this shit. Too damn good at that shit. In the last SMCI video, right, there was like another new analyst that came out and he was giving his opinion, his analysis on SMCI, right? We read it together in the last SMCI video. We read it together. It's almost verbatim what I've been saying over the last several updates about SMCI. So that's what I mean. This guy probably like watched my video in fucking passing it, my analysis off as his own, and just remember that guy's making 6 figures to supposedly be an analyst at that firm or whatever the hell. So that's why I explain shit like that to people, and then I ask you, what am I worth? Right? If that's what he's getting and that's what he's doing, plagiarizing my analysis, then that means I'm the right guy for the job and I'm better than him. So I should have his job and for more money, right? Good news on MBOT. Wow. Maybe that bitch is up $5. What news? What happened? They got the patent. Where is this? Oh my god, I'm all over the place. Oh, this one was today, yeah. Waits FDA decision. Microbot today announced the United States Patent and Trademark Office has granted the company a patent covering a modular robotic surgical system, which includes base. Company considers the issuance of this patent to be significant, as it will potentially enable Liberty to be adapted in the future for a wider range of endovascular procedures, which would increase substantially the total addressable market the company is aiming to penetrate. Patent expands the company's intellectual property protection in the United States for its liberty, which now includes 12 patents. Supports different clinical. Company now has the flexibility potential. Spending will be up $2.5 million. We believe liberty, along with the unique features. Patent recognizes yet another layer of our differentiation and could expand our reach to over 6 million annual endovascular procedures in the U.S. alone. Our near-term focus remains on the peripheral market and ensuring our commercial readiness plans in the U.S. are progressing as we wait the FDA decisions. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's coming. It's coming. Okay, so they got granted the patent, which apparently in this country takes a while. If you have ever, holy shit, what was I? If you have ever tried to patent a product or something in this country, it's almost like tradition that as soon as you submit it, they reject it, and then you have to like resubmit it, and supposedly like the patent office is so backed up like for years. So, like, you know, once you actually submit it, you're, like, technically, like, 7 years behind everyone else who's ahead of you. So, I mean, technically, that is good news, right? Technically, that is good news. Stock not exploding yet, right? They're waiting for the FDA. They're waiting for the FDA. But, yeah, I'm sorry. Someone posted that article in the Discord. I thought it was kind of old news, but, yeah, technically good news. But again, we kind of, as the kids say, we kind of understood the vibe as to what was taking place, right? Because we had the breakout, and then we had the slight pullback, and then we broke up, and you can see how much it's been holding up and just continuing to step upwards and channel upwards. So that's what I mean. It's right now it's in the crosshairs, and people are buying it on little dips when and where they can. They see the timeline playing out, similar to HGRAF, right? People are like, where's this volume coming from, right? Where are these prices coming from? It's because we're on the timeline now. People buy on the rumor, and then they sell on the news, remember? So we're buying on rumor now. That's the phase we're in. Used to have a Professor D'Souza when I was studying biomedical engineering. He was a good guy. Do you think RXRX is worth the hold? How the f should I know? Pharmaceuticals? Oh my goodness. Potentially ascending triangle, ready to pop higher. I don't like biotechs, but I spoke about this one back here, saying I'd be all over it between 6 and 7. It dips to sub 6.5, and now it rallied to 14. So, in my opinion, I like this one better. I think it looked, at first glance anyway, I think it looked a little healthier than your RXRX. Do you think HGRAF will get bought out? If they're smart, they'll buy it. Recheck on NASDAQ here because I have a call, so I'm selfish. HGRAF live quote $6. $6 a share. That's why I love people, man. Something like HGRAF, perfect example, right? Stock starts climbing, everybody's in a good mood, everything's great. Stock starts pulling back, it's like, oh, what's going on? There's a hit piece. What's going on? Are you selling? Are you still holding? What's going on? What do I always tell people? You gotta try to keep your emotions out of it, right? Remain stoic. But do they listen, Deli? Nah. Nah, they don't listen. Nobody listens. Well, a few of you do. And that's why you'll randomly send a message like, what's his name in the chat? The guy Whitler, right? A guy came in, I don't know, yeah, like a year and a half, 2 years ago or something like that. He's like, yeah, he's like, I'm just starting out. I think he's like blue collar or something in the UK. Or he's like a lineman or something, he said, I think. I don't remember, I'm sorry. But he's like, yeah, I'm just starting out. He's like, I never really invested, so I'm kind of playing catch up. And I was like, brother, I got you. He was very smart with it. He really watches the videos and he listens to pretty much everything I say of, if it breaks a line, where might the stock pull back to? You might get a lower price, blah, blah, blah. And he keeps all that in the front of his mind. And then he'll watch a stock, look at it, and he'll just like quietly mention in the Discord, like, oh yeah, I grabbed, XYZ shares at this price, like you said. And again, not to put his business out there, but he came in with just like several $1,000s, and technically his whole account is up like, I think like 200% in change, and now he's at tens of thousands of dollars, right? So again, did he come to me with $5,000 and it was worth, $500,000, $1 million in a year? No. You actually need a lot of shit to go right for that kind of return to happen. But as we say, if a broker calls you on the phone, or if you just like walked into Goldman Sachs, hypothetically, the average advisor, I'm telling you, the average advisor, 10-ish, 15-ish% a year, right? We're averaging 100, 120%, whatever, on paper for this guy a year over year. And that's why, believe me, I know it sucks to have no money. I know it seems like it's all about money and you don't have any. I understand. But if you really want big rewards, you're going to have to take big risks. And then you're going to find yourself even more down and out and even more frustrated because you took a shot, you went for the home run, you struck out, and now you got to like rebuild everything you lost and wait, and you're negged out until you get back to that point. That's why I'm telling you, people. I'm telling you from personal experience of burning accounts and trying to hit too many home runs instead of hitting base hits, while actually having the credentials and managing millions of dollars, right? So I did both. I managed wealth and I tried to go from nothing to something. And I combined all the good and all the bad, and I'm trying to put it into this channel, on every stream, in every video. And do they listen? No. And don't you know, pump it up. You have to pump it up. You're welcome. You're very welcome. Like I said, those of you few and far between who do really appreciate it, I believe me, I do know how much it means to you. And I'm laughing my ass off. I feel bad for this other kid too, whoever this is, right? Poor guy. He's like, oh, I saw you say Verizon puts. I'm buying some puts. The freaking thing has been up every day. Oh, shit. 100 small wins over one home are much better strats instead of Wall Street. Yeah, man, I'm telling you. Yeah. And, listen, credit to them. Like, I understand, again, the whole short squeeze strategy. You buy now and it could continue to trend down. But if and when that day comes, the stock will spike, 500% real quick and you can make some money. And it's like, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But you're seeing, especially in this market, by the way, because again, I know a lot of you may not have been investing for many years. And I know I mentioned I was a broker like, what was it? Like 10 years ago or something. And believe it or not, as much as we know it's not a lot of time, right? 10 years. But believe it or not, the market returns and the movements we see have drastically changed. just in the last 10 years since I was a broker. A lot of these moves wouldn't have been taking place 10 years ago, I promise you. And obviously 10 years before that, they would have been cut in half or thirded even less. You know what I mean? So that's why, especially now, in this day and age, knowing what I know, with a market massively pumping, yeah, I think I'm doing it very well. And I think you're better off sticking with the shares with the bulk of your money. And yeah, like the Honest, when we found them at $3, $4, $5 a share, stock spiked up to like 9 or something like that, right? That's a phenomenal return, and that's on shares. That's not even on options. Something like Intel, same thing. Stock was at like 20, 21. All of a sudden it spikes up to 25. One little headline comes out. Boom, you just made 25%. You know what I mean? And also at the same time, if it happens to move in the opposite direction, and maybe our timing was a little off, or the markets are pulling back, right? So we had like a mental stop and we're like, all right, forget it. We're just going to sell. We'll come back to it. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll take the loss. You notice the losses are contained because you're dealing with shares. And if they're decent companies that were already undervalued, they don't get beaten up as much if we pull back. I'm telling you, it may seem complicated, but I'm telling you, it's a process and you have to trust the process. Everything I do, every stock I've brought to your attention, when I brought it to your attention, why I brought it to your attention, I'm telling you, there's a reason why for everything that I've been doing. And the people who really listen, like I said, send me messages like that one individual and say, I've been listening to you, I've been disciplined, the account, overall is up, whatever, 150, 200%. I started with $7,000. Now I'm up to like, 26K. The portfolio's growing. I'm diversified. I own some of this. I own some of that. Thank you so much. That's why, again, people could try to bash me in the comments, come in here and quote, press me, as the kids say, talking about the quote competitors, which we know don't exist. And people could try to call me out in my Discord talking about bad pricing and timing, which they know nothing about, but they can try to call me out on that. At the end of the day, the people who are actually taking this seriously and listening are doing extremely well. Whether you want to believe it or not, I'm telling you. As I always say, I know what I know. I'm not just a deranged psycho who, again, is, making random phantom calls and, coming on here like a psychopath, like pumping himself up, like, yo, I'm the best. You see, I'm the best. Oh my God, I'm the best. Like, come on. I couldn't keep a crazy character like that going for the last 3.5 straight years. Come on. Trust the process. And you see the way the other people online, if they have money and they have their own positions, you see the way it influences their supposed analysis, which of course doesn't hold a candle to what we do here. But again, if I owned $100,000 worth of HGRAF, the way I spoke about it and when I brought it to you would have been much different than how I actually brought it to you. And that's why I keep saying, believe it or not, right now, with me having very little money and me just kind of blindly doing this unbiased analysis and not actually being involved, it is quite literally some of the best analysis you can get in this moment. From almost anyone, right? Because somehow these other people have 400,000 subscribers. So they all got YouTube money, right? So they all own all these stocks that they're talking about that they quote unquote like, right? Oh, I randomly like this one. Yeah, it's because you just bought it. So like I said, I am that different. I do see what no one else sees. Then whatever. If I'm a little crazy and I fly off the hinges sometimes, hey, you got to deal with it. I don't know what to tell you. Y'all are just going to have to put up with me. I said, sing us a song. You're the piano man. Oh my God. As we were watching it day by day, I was even saying, like, wow, this is going up much more than I thought, much quicker than I thought. And that's why the whole time up, I was just reminding everyone, like, hey, just remember, this is a volatile OTC stock, right? We could drop 30-40% tomorrow, and you can't get upset, right? It happens. As soon as it starts dropping, what's going on? Everything you pick sucks. This place blows. Like, all right, calm down. Everybody calm down. They try to call me out in the Discord. Did they buy Intel, though? No, of course not, right? They own HII? No. Did they buy silver? No. Right? But then they'll try to throw it in your face. Oh, but I listened to you and I'm dead. Nah, you didn't listen to me. You didn't listen to me. The summer wind, it begins. Walk with me. Technically above average volume, which is now up to 6.5 million shares a day. Wild. Wild, wild, wild. And I know people are saying like pump and dump, because I know we were talking about maybe we could see like $1 and change, right, on HGRAF, right, which would be like right here kind of on Canadian. So we were like talking about, yeah, we could hit that point, and you see like that's where we had a nice flattening out, right? This one on the Canadian was holding like 135-ish. HGRAF was holding right around $1, and you can see that's where we flattened out. We started to form our triangle. So that's why like it had the hype, and I wanted it to pop up really for everybody, but also at the same time, if it came back down and gave back some of that value, it would have been understandable as well. But we did fly very high, very quick. And again, if you go back, previous highs were like 29 cents on I'm talking about HGRAF. Which was what? It was like 33 cents or something for HG, but you understand the point, right? So, I mean, again, we were all the way back here. And then we just started climbing up on volume to the resistance levels. And then, boom, look at that. We were off to the races literally for a month. Literally for a month. Look at that. Look at the date we break up. Friday, July 18th. The date we top out and start reversing. Monday, August 18th, right? So essentially, I mean, literally, this was like the slight pause and like here, right? So essentially, you were up for a month. You were up for a month. Now you're down this week. You know what I mean? So that's why people flipping out. It's like, you got to be realistic sometimes, man. You're up for a month. It drops 2 days. You're flipping out. You're looking for blood. Like, come on, grow up. Some YouTubers get paid to push. Yeah, no, that I'm sure that is extremely true, especially in this day and age with the frickin' crackhead stocks out there. And the coins, the meme coins, right? So they come on, they start pushing some random crypto platform. Yeah, sign up, get 10% match your deposit. That's why I don't know, man. I don't know. I had random people reach out and send me emails, and I'm sure right now it's bullshit because I only got like 7,000 subs, right? So it's not like hims and hers or somebody's reaching out, and I'm like, no, I don't want to do it. Like if it's a company I knew, like I'd do it, but also at the same time, I always said I have a lot of integrity. So even if someone like hims and hers reached out and they were like, hey, listen, let's do a little deal, I might still be hesitant, honestly, right? Because now technically I'm being paid by this company, but they're a publicly traded company. So if I speak about them, maybe I might not be negative on them if I should be, because I'm in good standing with them. You know what I'm saying? So now all of a sudden we got this whole freaking web of bullshit. just to make a couple of dollars. Like, I don't know. I really don't know. HGRAF broke out of something? What do you mean? Yeah, it's funny, bro, I swear, I was gonna say, I was literally sitting here looking at it, and I was saying, this almost looks like a wedge and we can pop up, but, you know, right now the stock's just hanging out. Yeah, no, legit a wedge. Legit a wedge, good call. Like I said, I saw it, but I didn't say it. I was rambling about some other nonsense. But yeah, you can see even like there, even there, if you hold it, right? You can see how even if this was the top line, we like flattened out and came right out of the wedge. We could see, we could try to get back up maybe 174 Canadian. Let's see. Yeah, so that is this trend line, right? This was the original symmetrical triangle where we paused right after a dollar plus on HGRAF. We paused, we went sideways. And you can see I extended the top line down and I extended the bottom line across. So that's the purple line here. Here. So we'll see how much juice it's got. He could go up more. Oh, sim salabim. If you want it to go down, I could buy some. I don't know about going up. Somebody's beeping. HGRAF live code $12. $12. What's going on with these markets? Yeah, we're just hanging out. Wow, it's 3 o'clock already? Jeez. Hmm. People crying about food, but my food, damn. First brought to you on this channel at $1. $1. This is the first time it really dropped below this support trend line, and it's interesting, right? When they're doing it, we had early prelim numbers for this earnings come out above estimates to pop us to 4. Then they bring it all the way back down to the trend line. Then the numbers come out, they're actually better than expected, and we bring it up slightly, stop it right there, retest it. Now we're breaking and dropping it. And I'm telling you, the ones that in theory make the most sense that you're saying, no, it really should be up here. Those are the ones that do weird, unexplainable shit like this. And then when no one's paying attention, boom, you get this. So that's why to my knowledge, the business didn't change. If anything, it's doing better than analysts are expecting right now still, right? So, I don't know. I mean, you know, if I owned Fubo shares right now, I wouldn't be nervous. But I don't know. It's just me. I don't know. You bought and it dumped. All right. Hey, listen. First of all, thanks for being honest. Because second of all, now we know, you know, who to come after. You're a brave warrior, my friend. Now, if HGRAF does pump and dump, you might have 100 pissed off people in here. Should be fine. Should be fine. Again, did we go too high too quick, and can we seriously pull back like we said? And really pause and cut out some of this rally? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It could happen. You are buying an OTC pre-revenue stock. It is highly speculative. It is highly volatile. Please understand the risks involved. That's what I mean. If people actually listen to what I say, No one should have these emotions. You understand? The analysis should eliminate that. That's why they say, do your due diligence. How do I reach these keys? Been raining nonstop. Sucking the energy out of the room. Philip Morris. Slow and steady wins the race. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Drop them sub 170 after earnings. Bring them down to 155. Look at that. Even if you bought initially on that dip, you are up. On your way to go into 175 to close a gap. That was now green. Why? Because stocks only go up. And you know this, man. I used to be able to go higher and do a good Chris Tucker. That's why you shouldn't smoke, kids. It's not worth it. Don't smoke. Used to be able to do a lot of voices. I still could, but just like the tone of them was better. Used to be able to do a good Cartman, actually, when South Park like first started when I was younger. Then it got harder and harder to do. He even says too, it got harder and harder for him to do the Cartman voice. That's why if you watch all the seasons, you can like slowly hear like the change in Cartman's voice. Ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba. So it looks like markets are running. We might get back up here. I don't know. Gotta buy those calls, baby. Buy those calls. QQQ calls. Let's go. Hurry up and buy. Hurry up and buy. I might say some wild shit in the Discord, you know. People might give me shit. But as I said, just remember the experience I have, why I'm doing what I'm doing, what I'm bringing to the table, how long I've been bringing it to the table, how successful I've been consistently over all the years. And that's why, like, you know, if something doesn't work out, or, you know, if you've been leeching for mad long and, you know, you never even sent me like $10 or anything, like, as a sign of good faith, like, yeah, fuck you. I can say whatever the hell I want to say, and you literally don't have a leg to stand on. Because you're not paying me to be here, right? So I can talk to you any way I want. Did get that SMCI call today. Honestly, I haven't even checked in on it. Is it up? I hope it's up for you. It was. Down here to 41, right? And you remember, we were on stream literally right here when it was the top of the range. And we were talking about straddles. And I said, you buy a 48 call, you buy a 43 put. Now your 43 put, obviously, up huge, even if you sold it yesterday, but still, up huge. Hey, Nick, how you doing? How you doing? Actually, a very rough day for me, but I'm doing all right. Doing all right now that you're here. Feeling better. Feeling better. 30 days out. Beautiful. Beautiful. As we know, when in doubt, we buy time. We buy time. Because we know that stocks go up and down. So if we're betting that they go up, or we're betting that they go down, then we just got to get some time, and then they'll go up or down. HGRAF crowd, please, bro, please. Like I said, this bitch doesn't understand freaking technicals. I'm over here consistently talking about how good MBOT looks. Look at this, how we're just stepping up, blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden I hear, oh, I'm down on your call. I'm down $5. Like, what the fuck? And like I said, people used to say the same shit to me when Fubo was down at 120, 140. Then the stock spiked to 640. What do you think they all said then? The shit's chess, it ain't checkers. And about leaps at 250. How you doing? How you doing? Yep. Stepping up, making higher lows, making higher highs. QQQ calls would have been up already, even if you just bought them late 2 minutes ago when I re-mentioned it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm living it. Stocks only go up. Honestly, though, I haven't been part of a stock where there was major short and distort tactics. HGRAF been heavily manipulated. Tons of noise right now. Yeah, good, good, good. So when you say to buy calls or puts, are you referring to 1 day, week, or longer? Again, it depends on how much money you have and what the play really is technically, right? So something like here, when I mentioned QQQ calls, or even here when I just re-mentioned them again, right? We're on the up and up for the day, for the rest of the day. So you'd want to buy, like personally back here, I bought a QQQ call expiring tomorrow. I bought like a 567 or something like that, right? And now I'm just riding the wave. And now at the end of the day, right, I'm going to lock in these profits soon, probably. But yeah, a situation like that, even in the Discord, I don't know if you're in the Discord, Raj, but I literally put like, you know, like a scalp quick move. I initially was looking for like a 100-point bump, which was like right here, from right here, right? So we were at 23.90, and I called like 100 something point bump, and you can see, look, 23.220, right? So we ran up like 130 points as predicted because I'm too damn good. Here, the calls were up over 100%, right? We're in, we're out. Bang, bang. We secure it. You double up your money, right? That's a quick play. That's a scalp play. So usually, when I mention, in my opinion, SPY, QQQ, or DIA calls or puts, that means that I feel like today the markets look like, or they should be, going up or going down, right? So you plan accordingly. Again, how much risk you want to take, because there's QQQ puts that expire like every day. The DIA options are weekly. They expire every Friday. So if you wanted, again, something with a little more time, you didn't want to be, under the gun every day, you could do the Dow. But those are more, again, like quick turnarounds, right? If I see this like wedging up here, and then I'll mention like, oh yeah, QQQ puts, right? And then we have the break on the puts, and you see them, spike up 30% or something, bang bang, in and out, right? We scalp, in and out, bang bang. Unless we're like completely riding high or consistently riding low. Now I know that kind of throws you for a loop, but again, like if we open slightly red and we technically got negative news and it looks like markets are going to continuously step down throughout the day, then if you want, you can play that for the day, right? You can buy the puts at the open, and you can hopefully just consistently see it stepping down throughout the day. And then kind of like what I'm doing, right, going in right before the close, that's when you book your profits. But other stocks, like when I say, like in my opinion, like DraftKings calls, you want to buy a little bit of time, just in case it heads in the opposite direction first, and you were a little off with your timing. But a lot of the times, it's like a gut feeling or a little technical analysis that makes me throw out like an index call or put. But usually, see, like something like Intel, right? When I was talking about Intel days ago, in my opinion, Intel calls, Intel shares, like really no matter what you bought, whether you bought that Friday or you bought monthly calls, I mean, it worked out, but obviously, the more time, the better. I don't know. It's difficult. Again, and everyone, I literally need to know everything about you. How much money you make, how old are you? Do you have any kids? Are we talking about a lot of money? What's the rest of your portfolio look like? Should you even be trying to do options? Yeah, you hate those shorts, huh? Well, just remember this. Here, this whole time, they hated you. Now they're making a quick buck, and soon it's going to be back to business. So we're having a great time here. But if you want, Raj, just double check with me, because I'm assuming you've got a decent head on your shoulders, and you probably got a decent amount of cash if you want to, do some options and stuff. So if you're going to jump into some of these plays, I'll try to give out some expirations for people. And yeah, I guess if people have smaller accounts and they can't afford the time, then they'll have to buy less time, but it's all good. It's all good. And also, like those SMCI calls, like, yeah, we saw how they beat it up. And also, right, if I'm bullish on QQQ and the market's overall bouncing, then they're probably going to start to bring SMCI up, right? Because they just brought it down bigly, right? So it's going to start to have a rebound, going to start to have a bounce going into this last hour. So that's why, again, something like SMCI calls, even if you were only able to afford this Friday, if they go up all of a sudden, hey, 15, 20% going into the close. Hey, listen, lock it in. Why not? Lock it in. Boom. Quick money. Easy. Bang. Like I said, not everything has to, run 5,000%. I don't know how the timing of calls and puts work. Well, yeah, like I said, that's why if I enter an option, I'll mention exactly what I'm doing, even though I, have little cash. But I'll try to talk more about time frames and expirations for you guys, so at least we're all kind of on the same page. When you say calls and buying shares makes sense too, right? Yeah, exactly. People said that as well in the Discord. They're like, oh, when you say, like calls on PM, like I don't do options, so what should I do? Yeah, basically same thing, right? If I'm saying PM's undervalued, it should start climbing over the next week or two, it's ready to bounce back or hit new highs, then yeah, same thing. If you're not doing options, then yeah, if we say calls on something, then that means we're bullish, we feel it should be higher, or the technicals are lining up that it's ready to have a bounce, right? So calls, shares, anything like that. Or even write something if we say, oh, calls on AMD, in my opinion. And we had people today like, oh, I bought shares of AMDL, right? Which is the 2X daily on AMD, right? So it's much cheaper per share, but it's essentially the same thing, right? So they're basically able to buy shares of AMD for a cheaper price, but they're also not held under the gun of having an expiration date, right? So they can just hold. So again, it depends. It really depends. Also depends on you as well. Like, are you going to be emotional if you start to see the option value, swing down or pop up? There's a lot to take into account with options, which is probably why everyone loses money with options for the most part. Shut up and buy more HGRAF. This is what you want, cheaper shares. Yep, that's what they say, right? You're supposed to buy low, sell high. Aussie Cola out of cash. Someone go visit their local vending machine. Okay, I'm probably going to lock in my profit soon, even though it might keep going, because the number one priority is supposed to be making money, right? 10K on the sideline. Ooh, I'm so jelly. I wish I had 10K. If you guys are just joining us, very quickly, do me a favor, like the stream, thumbs up. Thank you. Algorithm. We must appease the algorithm. Oil bouncing back a little bit. Actually looks like it's wedging. Silver back on the move. How you doing? How you doing? HG earning tomorrow. Which one? Hamilton? I feel like there's like H. They're all HG. I have no idea what we're talking about any half the time. Oh, they got geesh, huh? They're itching. HGRAF earnings? What? Well, we know they're pre-revenue, so. What? It's not. It doesn't show it here. It doesn't show it here. Trash. Straight trash. Alright, I'll take your word for it. We'll keep an eye on it. But yeah, we're pre-revenue, so All we really care about is continuously getting positive updates on our facility and our timeline. Financial report, yeah, okay. All right, so is it supposed to come out early or after the close? Do we know? But either way, when it comes out, we'll take a quick look at it. We'll see what they're talking about. But again, everything that we've been hearing to come out of this company has been pretty positive, and it sounds like they're ready to do big things. So until that narrative really changes, I think it's still good. S&P almost back to break even, now down only 8 points. NASDAQ down about 100 points. Dow up almost 100 points. VIX was up about 5.5%, 6%, I want to say. Facility open for February 2026. Yeah, Nick, I think, was talking about like a webinar they did just the other day. Pre-market before the open. All right. So I'll try to get here early. And we could look through that real quick, but again, probably shouldn't really hear anything too crazy. Really, I don't see any surprise coming. But then again, who knows? You never know. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. We're at 568, huh? I don't know, though, if it goes all the way up, because we kind of stopped right there, so maybe like right there, maybe right at like 567, we start to see. I don't know. How long we been going? About 2 hours? All right, give me a second. Let me stretch my legs. I'll be right back. Went outside, now I'm wet. And I'm upset. Bipolar Derek back in action. Oh, baby. I'm telling you, man, it's supposed to be up. It is supposed to be up. Am I muted? No, I'm not muted. Okay. It is supposed to be up. DraftKings with a rebound. Yeah. Markets dropped down and then said, you know what? All right, that's enough. And we're on the up and up. Looking like an ascending triangle. S&P ready to pop. Yeah, see, we did. We had that little wedge. You were getting a little pop up here, staying above our moving average. Like I said, this is about 175. Got a little over 20 minutes to go, so we'll see. We'll see. We're above the average here. Let me check HGRAF. 9 million shares today. Yep, right back to the moving average still, hanging out. All right, we popped up, tightened into this ascending triangle, broke up higher. Stock comes down. Look where it came to. It flashed right back to where it was on the breakout. And look at the low here. Is the low here. And now where we are at. No, wait. Yeah, now where we're at is the top of the range. Do you see? Do you see? So, of course, as we know, anything can happen. But I like it. La-dee-da-dee-da. You are just joining us. Stocks only go up. I love it. I flipped out in the Discord. And now no one's saying anything. It's funny. People sitting there scared shitless, like, oh, bro, I ain't typing anything, bro. You're just gonna kick me for no reason, man. Good. Good. Just hanging out. Yeah, we got a mix here. We got a mix. We got some people, you know, they've been investing like 20 years or whatever. Well said. Well said. It's my boy right there. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Always looking out for me. We will soon get the vibrating chair. However, it may be too comfortable, though. Right? I don't know. I don't know. I'm afraid, too. I'm afraid I'm so comfortable I just randomly pass out. And you guys are like, oh, yeah. Yeah. That kid earlier said, oh, I was going to put it in the other channel, but you were talking about vibrating chairs. Oh, shit. People are funny, man. See how M-Bot looks going into the close? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Now above this trend line. Mm-hmm. Cream's rising to the top now. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. Here's that wedge we were speaking about. Yeah. 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 Bitcoin. Bang, right at the wedge. Bang, right at the wedge. Bang. Bang. Yep. I'll take my arrow away for now. We all already know how good I am. Good old Wednesday. Getting over the hump. Halfway there. Oh. 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 Mm-hmm. Look for another break. And then you buy. In my opinion. Yeah. Did videos on this one back here. Kept saying, in my opinion, easily $200 stock. Freaking thing went to 300. Wild. Wild stuff. How's our buddy Waste Management doing? Oh, oh, oh. Yep. Check out our old buddy Corning. Videos. Videos. Stock. Canadian SEC form. All right, cool, cool. Hey, I'm about to bust out in the motherfucker. Summer wind, it begins. Walk with me. I've got you under my skin. Hey, play me off, Johnny. used to listen to all that growing up. You know I'm Italian. Sinatra, Dean Martin. All the classics. S&P, what I say? Flattening out, ascending triangles can pop up. What I say? What I say? Who's the man? You the man. SMCI all up in my eye. Oh, how's that call looking, baby? Dreams rising to the top now. Grandpa listened to Sinatra, Nat King Cole. Oh, yeah. Those were the classics, man. Those were the classics. I still say, I know they're like attempting to try to put out music nowadays, but my opinion, all the best music was made already. It doesn't matter what we're talking about. Even I know people love like these new rappers and shit, but honestly, bro, the shit we had 20 years ago is so much better. The 90s and shit. Up 20%, SMCI 45 strike, 30 days to expiration. He bought 30 days of time and is up 20%. Thank you for sharing. Very happy for you. Very nice, very nice. Look at that. Almost brought it down there, right? But we know, even if we like whoosh real quick, we're looking for the bounce, right? We had the flash crash through here. We were talking about this downward channel. I was saying anyway, in my opinion, it should kind of stay here and maybe meet up with this bottom trend line. And you can see, right? Big red day. So whoosh, we bring it down and then we're slowly bringing it back up. And look, you can see we got our golden fib race right here, 42.5 roughly. And you can see the stock now 42.68 ticking up above that fib. So it's going to be on its way back to there. It's going to be on its way back to there. And even if it pauses there at the line, meets up with the moving average, again, it's not the point, right? We said calls at what, like 42 or something? No, wait. Where did we say calls? I don't know. Yeah, 42. So you'd still see 1.5, almost 2-point run, just because you bought the dip. And if you couldn't afford 30 days of time, right, and you had to buy weeklies, I mean, if he's up 20%, you're up, what, 80%? The summer wind, it began, walk with me. Sway with me. Other dancers may be on the floor, dear, but my eyes will see only you. Only you have the magic technique. When we sway, I grow weak. Little Dino Martino for the crowd. Up, gap up candle. We come down. We fill the gap. No. Yeah, baby. I like a lad. I just locked in roughly a 200% return on my QQQ calls. Because if we make a call yesterday and we're wrong today, we don't cry over spilled milk. Put our head down and we plow through it. That's how winning is done. But we know, given some time, something like SMCI should be fine. Again, we were in the tech age, tech taking over. AI freaking everywhere. It doesn't matter. We're talking McDonald's, waste management, Rocket Lab. Doesn't matter. AI taking over. Technology everywhere. One big grid. One big grid. The shopping. That's a deep. And it shows them pearly white. That's the jackknife. There's old Maggie. But he keeps it out of sight. Less than 10 minutes to go. Locking them in. Locking them in, boss. Locking them in. Silver and gold. Silver and gold. The markets are fighting, yeah? They're fighting. And what'd you say? Walmart's posting earnings when? Before the open? Decides to play. Dance with me. Make a sing. Oh, I like this one. I like this one. I like this one. Sentinel one. I like this one. Oh my. Oh my goodness, it's up. Thursday before the open, we're looking for big money. How you doing? Oh. Yep. Apparently you gotta hold the call till the very last minute of the day, but that's okay. We have to secure profits. No use crying over spilled milk. Yeah, I don't know. Screw Walmart. I'm about to put. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Walmart puts. Looking for the Walmart puts. Earnings are 100% a gamble. Please understand the risks involved. Walmart earnings coming out tomorrow before market open. In my opinion, puts. My opinion. Okay, these are very expensive. Well, expensive for me, I guess. Where were we, like, over the last month? All right, so we can pull back to, like, mid-90s. I'm gonna be cheap. Let's go with one of those. No, actually, do I want to do that? I don't want to do that. Change my mind. I still believe in it, but I can't do it. I can't do it. Maybe a VZ put. Maybe a VZ put. Let's see. But if I go next Friday. Next Friday, 44 puts on Verizon. $15. $15. Nope, 14. $14. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Do it. Do it. You gonna make me pay 15? You won't give it to me at 14? I gotta pay 15? Okay. Yeah, I like Verizon puts here. We got Walmart earnings, bruh. I like puts, bruh. I like puts, bruh. Pip Cat, what's up, bruh? Wow, I'm not gonna get filled, man. I gotta. Okay. Up. Holy shit. Talk about coming out of a wedge and going back up. Holy shit. Holy shit. Right? I was saying before, right? It's got to get back to this line, like 174, whatever it was, you know. I don't know if it has the strength. We got to see how it closes. Look at that. Ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-boom. What do we always say? What do we always say? Can't keep a good man down. You're like some kind of freaky wizard. Yeah, my friend, no doubt. Yeah, I know it's like, what, 10, 11 by you? Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate the support, brother. Have a good night. We'll talk to you tomorrow. HGRAF. What a move. What a move. Sweet dreams, sweetheart. What a move. Right? And people are like, oh, what's going on? Meanwhile, Turns out Nick was right, and he was like, shut up and just buy HGRAF. $1.03, boom. 120, 118, right? It's going to close up here at $1.25 probably. So if you literally bought at those lows, you're up 20%. I think Nick knows what he's talking about. Only you have the magic techniques. We're up 15%. Well, that was pretty sweet. I can't lie. Look at that. Bang. Right back up. Got above the line. Got back above the moving average. And that's why I was saying, again, look, we came right down to this key level. We tested the top. We tested the bottom. Stock moved beautifully the last 40 minutes. Amazing. 8 million shares on the Canadian. Average volume up to 6.5 million. Again, it was about 2 million just about a month ago. Now, average volume 6.5 million. Yeah, you know, they try to tell me I suck, though, you know, Lucio. Oh, I bought this and it's down. You're not that good. Everybody's got something to say. And all they should be saying is, thank you. Like I said, dropped the ball on QQQ calls yesterday. Mentioned the QQQ call today. It moved 200%, right? So that's what I mean. Even when I'm wrong, right? The next day, boom, I'm here. I'll try to make it right back for you. We'll find you another trade. That's what I mean. I'm really trying to do the right thing here. Can't keep HGRAF down. MBOT up 7%. They don't know who's who, Lucio. Exactly. You got to talk to Nick about that one. Nick is making up T-shirts. We're gonna get some hats going for you guys. You know, now you know who's who. They're gonna be coded in graphene also. We gotta put it in order. The hell was I just? Oh yeah, MBOT. And 333 and 138. Maybe she's up $10, right? Oh shit! Oh fuck! That's fucking great. Somebody give her an update. She's up $12 now. Trying to bitch to me. Right? Trying to bitch. Oh, I was gonna send you, but now with that attitude. Bitch? Who the fuck are you talking to? Like I said, once it explodes to $7, $12, $22, then she'll understand who's who. And she'll get the message. We'll send her a hat. Pain in my ass. Bot. Bot. Give me number. Bot. The other side of the trade is not being able to take profit. Some people just like to ride it. Yeah. Hey, I've done that too, man. You know, there were times even with like option trades, I called it like so perfectly, and then like within minutes, like all of a sudden I was up like 150%. I was like, holy shit! And I'm just like sitting there watching it, like, wow, now it's 160, now it's 200%. Right? You just get like caught. But we have to remember the priority is to make money. Like I said, I bought a QQQ call yesterday. As it was selling off later in the afternoon, I bought another one and averaged down. Right? Woke up, came in late today, still able to see the bounce of the markets, entered new QQQ calls, and the profits today outweighed the losses from yesterday. Just got to stick with it. Got to follow the process, trust the process, be disciplined. Do you know how many times I was up like 250%? Went downstairs to get a drink, came back, I'm up like 12%. Yeah, MBOT with this patent news, honestly. What was the volume today, out of curiosity? 385. Average volume about 2.2 million. Look at the market cap, bro. We're only at $3. Look at the market cap, bro. 150 mil. That's what I mean. We could easily get this to half a bill, no problem. That's $10 a share. Roughly. Yeah, it's about $10 a share. Yeah, 1.5 bill. Well, you know me, right? I try to be realistic. I try to be, conservative. Please, ASTS, wild, man, wild. And like I said, they, I know they were delayed with their timeline, and then they finished up the satellites, and then they delivered them, and then they launched them, right? Those were like good updates, and I can understand the stock moves $4, $5, $7. Like, I get it. But, you shoot it up to like $68, and people are like, oh yeah, it's going to keep going. It's like, bro, you bought this thing at $2. Now it's at 70, and they didn't even do anything yet, And like Jesse said, bro, just sitting there watching the numbers. Not realizing how blessed they got. All unrealized gains, right? Not locking it in yet, just looking for more. I mean, I'm up 3,500%, but it's not enough. I want more. I don't wish bad on anybody, but with the way people are talking about it and the fact that like no one's securing these profits, man, I really hope you guys are right. I really hope you guys know what you're doing. I hope I'm wrong. Because if I'm right, whoo, there's going to be some tears down the road. Like I said, take these stocks too high too quick. It really should have hung out. And I know there was like the short squeeze they were saying, right? And it jumped up to like 16 or like 19 or something like that. But it honestly should have stopped there. And then everyone should have been waiting for like actual revenue to come in before taking it up again. HGRAF has update on YouTube. Radius Research 23 hours ago. All right, appreciate that update. I was not aware. But Nick, someone was mentioning a webinar yesterday. Is that the same thing? I don't know if that's what he was watching. Yeah, that was it, Deli. You watched it? All right. Yeah, people were saying, yeah, Texas facility. What'd they say? Like January, February. So that should happen next like 5-ish months. Moving along, one day at a time, one step at a time. Right? It's a marathon, not a race. And again, we don't know how you know, how much they're gonna, you know, hopefully they don't, but supposedly she said they're not looking to do any dilution or anything. Oh, Big Bird, my goodness. Please. My goodness, please. It's actually perfect timing because I just rolled something up. So, do we have any earnings that we're watching, or we might just sit here and watch MBOT for a little bit together? I know Walmart was tomorrow. Yeah, right. I was doing well too. You know, I came out of my spaz morning breakdown, and now Big Bird shows up. What do we got here? Cody? Never heard of half these companies. And who's reporting tomorrow? Walmart, Billy. Billy. Yeah, so basically really just Walmart tomorrow. But yeah, we can watch MBOT a little bit after hours, hang out for a little bit. I got on late today, so we'll hang out. HQ in Austin. Plant will be named next month. Oh, good. Yeah, Big Bird. Don't worry. You're awesome, buddy. Don't worry about it. Yeah. La-dee-da-dee-da. MBOT with the tightening, with the triple top here. Potentially ready to pop up again. We can see this trend line coming into focus here. Yep. And again, this was started, yep, that was going the top of the bodies, I believe, when we started out. That was in this upward channel. Broke into this channel. Danced above the channel. Bottom channel. In between the channels. Back inside top channel. Wild. Wild. So now we can do this. Okay. Now we do this. Okay. Now that's annoying, so we could do this, and we could see 337, which would be 1 cent away from previous highs. Yeah, I'm in good spirits. In good spirits, Big Bird. I got some crazy out of my system earlier. Yeah. Fucking ungrateful bastards. But we're watching MBOT. We had a great U-turn recovery. HGRAF going into the close. Absolutely outstanding. But showing us the 2-year Treasury yield pop on Fed minutes. Yeah. Well, again, people have been talking, oh, we gotta cut rates, and I've been saying, like, bro, you printed too much money, you all went way too hard, way too fast, man, and as much as, of course, I want rates to come back down across the board, you just can't do it like that. Just can't do it like that. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. All right, 5-minute break. I'll be right back. Dankeschön. Darling, Dankeschön. Thank you for walks down Lover's Lane. America, Central Pocket Full. Wow, the stock coin savant. Holy shit. I didn't even know you existed, but we are happy to have you. That's a title right there. Yeah, we got MBOT getting their patent. Closing up, having a 7% day. A couple of cents away from the highs. A couple of cents away from the top trend line. A couple of cents away from new highs. Could be a very interesting week here for MBOT. So that spike up 380, I'm telling you, that's where they want to take it. Telling you. Oh, baby. Hello, baby. Yep. Yep. Let's see what else is going on. How'd that HII do? Yep, closed up. Let's do some analysis. It's close enough. Interesting. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Down big to lows, reading, wedge, break, pop, channel, upward channel with the break, come back up to double top, wedge, pop, flank, pop, wedge, pop, 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 go to Weedle, go pop. Yep. That may be crazy, but I think I'm right. Black bear. Black bear. Black bear. Ooh, they're gonna break it again. They're gonna break it. They're gonna break it. They're gonna break it. They're gonna break it. That means you get it even cheaper. Even cheaper. Oh yeah, let's do some phenomenal technical analysis here. Right, so where were we? 414, eh? Right there, 414, eh? What if we come, yeah, just like that. Just like that. We come right there. Oh, we really should be right there. But right there, I said like 3.5, I'd be a buyer. It's been testing that level. You know, we may quibble over a couple of cents here, and you may be looking for a break here to get the perfect low of the low fill, but we've also, I think we've had some news people have been posting about BlackBerry. Let's see here. Division of BlackBerry launched the QNX operating system for safety. Let's see here. Let's see what this says here. Somebody posted. Shout out to Walmart. I don't know if he's still in the chat, but appreciate that. Posted this early before the open. And this was, yeah, Division of BlackBerry. Today launched the operating system. This foundational safety certified solution is built on the high performance next generation microkernel architecture of QNX SDP 8.0. Say that 10 times fast. Streamlining the development and certification of safety and security critical embedded systems like those found in the automotive industrial robot. Okay, very good. Pre-certified, ready to deploy. Okay. Directly into the product, offering the developers clear blueprint to help achieve their safety and security objectives. Okay. Okay. Challenging development teams to deliver faster while meeting rigorous compliance. Yeah, well, listen, they got to get their horse back in the race. Late nights and long hours. You get out what you put in, right? We speak about this all the time. Everything in life, you get out what you put in. Designed in accordance. Okay, very good. This allows it to be seamlessly integrated into safety and security critical systems as a foundational software component independent of the final application context, streamlining certification and accelerating time to market. Okay. Build the next generation of safety. When a manufacturer chooses QoS 8.0, they are choosing a software development platform that synergizes the needs of safety, security, and performance. This release reflects our deep commitment to helping customers meet the highest standards of functional safety and cybersecurity without compromising performance or time to market. Okay, very good. Backed by over 4 decades of experience in mission-critical systems and more than 15 years in safety certification, QNX continues to lead the way in enabling innovation with confidence. The next generation future-proof architecture. Designed to maximize silicon advancements to provide fast, consistent, real-time performance for safety, security, critical context. C and C++. Actually, learned a little C++ back in that day. Oh, yeah. Today's software-defined systems require development platforms. Provides engineers a reliable solution that addresses the latest safety and security standards while accelerating and streamlining the development process for next generation embedded system requirements spanning across complex industries. BMW. Okay. Championing innovation and safety. HumanX continues to drive the future of embedded technology. Okay. So, that's pretty cool. I don't know, like I said, sometimes you gotta look when no one else is looking. And in my opinion, I don't know, man. I mean, we could drop before a pop, but just like with Intel, man, I think there's value here. Same thing with GT. Same thing with GT, you know, we dropped back down again. You know, looks like we dropped and started tightening into a triangle here, and then they dropped it and broke it even lower. So right now it's getting beat up, but again, we did a video somewhere in here. Yeah, it was like 8.5 or 860. And I was basically saying the same thing. I was saying, in my opinion, you know, there's value here. And again, even if you didn't catch the top, you know, we saw a pop right after, you know, it went up to 10 and then it pulled back and then it climbed back up to the low 11s. Like, you know, there's money to be made. It's got to pick your spots. And there's a reason why I say, you know, in my opinion, I like it now. Like, there's a reason why I'm speaking about it at that time. You know what I mean? If you know what I mean. Of course, Swibby shits the bed. Oh, you broke my heart. Yeah, well, now it's cheaper than where it was when you would pull the trigger, so you're getting a little bit of a better price. Yeah, it's your call, though. It's your call. Again, you know, I mention a lot of these ideas. I know you guys can't really play all of them. You know, and like I said, when they work out, you know, exactly as predicted, you know, it's just frustrating, you know, when we put in the time to look at it, you know, we called it correctly, it works out, and then, like, you know, nobody was involved. It's rough, man. It's honestly, it's a tough pill to swallow. Because I mean, I know it, you know, it's on record. Everyone could come back and see it, you know, yeah, you know, made that call, but yeah, it's just not the same if people aren't really involved. But I do like GT. I don't know. It depends how much money you have. Only 130 bucks from fair value. Yeah, that stock is wild, man. That stock is wild. Like I said, it ran up to like 40. And I was like, alright, that's enough. And then it went to 70. I'm like, alright, that's enough. Freaking 183 or wherever the hell they took it. Stock is wild. I was gonna look at something else. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to run through some sectors, run through some companies here. Oh, wait. What did Toll Brothers again? Right, because we were looking at earnings. And what'd they do today? Just flat. But yeah, they came out and beat. And I think I was saying ITB puts. And you can see we were down about 2.5% today. Looked like some buys came in the last couple of minutes, but also had big volume leaving as well. Or 4.17 million shares. About 1/5, about 20% above average daily, 30-day volume. Had it at $7, dumped it at 12. Yeah, hey, listen, I know it hurts, but also at the same time, like it technically was a good sell, like it technically just popped big. You were up huge. I mean, you know what? You're talking 80% in change. You almost doubled your money. And again, if you're not really, marrying the stock where you want to buy in and hold these shares for the next several years, then like we say, technically, the number one priority is securing those profits and building up the account value, increasing the buying power. And that's how you do it. That's how you do it. But yeah, Palantir, that was just the power of like Reddit and shit. So that's why when people like, oh, what do you think about this stock? They're talking about it. It's like, hey, the power of social media. If they're gonna pump some random no-name stock from 3 to 18 just because, then yeah, I guess go ahead, ride the wave, go for a ride. But yeah, nobody really knew it was gonna go this high. It really should have stopped a while ago, but they just keep pumping it. And we're just getting like this tunnel vision now, you know what I mean? It's like people are just finding like these few companies, and that's where like all money is flowing. I don't know, like it seems very weird to me, especially coming from, again, like actually like reading the books and like learning about the market. Like it just seems very weird to me because like this is not how you should be doing it. So that's why it's kind of taking me back a little bit. Mm, did I say? I don't even remember what I said. What did I mention today? Yeah, the SMCI call. Yeah, everything climbed. AMD calls too. That kept climbing too. Yeah, okay, very good. Seeing yesterday, I said SLV calls. Had a nice bounce back today. Yeah, had the DIA puts in the morning. The 18th, what was that, Monday? I'm just going back, checking some shit. The 18th, why can't I find my time here? Oh, right, yeah, we were at the wedge, coming out of the wedge. I said puts. And we had that flash spike. Yeah, but then this is while we close though, and then we come to open here. And we were back at 62. Oh, is that a double top right there? Yeah, double top right there. Double top right there, 63.01 for oil. Mm. Too much liquidity in the M2. That's the money supply he's referring to. We are liquid. This is quite a market to be a part of, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what. I will tell you what. Love. Oh my goodness. Remember that one? Those kids were pumping. Oh my goodness. Up, I gotta put my there you go. Okay, the shades on that news post there. Oh, too damn good. Too damn good. Yeah, we're going to that trend line. We are going to that trend line, ladies and gentlemen. I did want to look at Colgate though for a second. Mm-hmm. Jeez, look at the surge. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's gonna be like slight drop, like there. It actually just set itself up and popped. 82. Just set itself up. Huh. Okay. Okay. Uh, 7. No, no, no. Here. 98. Really? Yeah. That's it. That's it. Yeah, that would go bottom range. Okay, so now we're on the way up from here. No. No. Max downside, $1. Immediate short term. Upside 5 points. There's the keyboard. Coming off a nice beat. I've actually been doing pretty well. 69 billion. Three. 23 times 369. 369. Hmm. Hmm. Six, which is 33, which is 4x. Hmm. Cost of goods in line on more revenue. And come back above $1 billion. Hmm. PE is the cheapest it's been in a while. Trading 100 times book, somehow that is the cheapest it's been going back the last several quarters. Enterprise value about 10-11% higher. Return percentages, I mean, we're holding. Interesting. Wow. Hmm. Slow and steady wins the race. Do we remain patient or do we strike? Well, yeah, no, it's going to keep purring along. What I'm looking at is seeing like this downward channel, right? I drew this key level. We have this upward, this tightening with the spike today. And we're seeing the our dividend payers have been holding up well. And that's why I think I'm not sure if we're coming here and then spiking up, or if we're gonna come back down if we drop markets again, and we're gonna see another break like this down to here, or even maybe down to here, because it can definitely pull back. Ran up to 88 today, huh? And what was this high right here? 88.02. 87.95. Very close. What was this high? 87.88. Close but no cigar. We go back. Where was this level? So that brought us all the way back to here. We were up there. Now we're down here. We went from down here to up there. We channeled. We popped. We sell off. We channel. Yeah, we might keep channeling. Might not be a buy quite just yet. Hmm. Used to be potash. What a crock of shit. This shit's easy. It's so easy. What's the ace of them, buddy, huh? Fucking easy, you said, right? Now you don't know. All of a sudden, you don't know. Yeah, those players work out well. Especially since if you could really break it down and try to really pick your spots nice on something like that, like a Colgate or an LPX, like you said, it's good too because they're not really in focus from the traders, you know? Freaking Nvidia. Unbelievable. Like I said, look, we'd have to go back. Doesn't even fit on the screen how far you'd have to go back. Like I said, right here. It was, yeah, it was like summer of, no, 2010? Freaking all the way back here, bro, when I was at the firm. I said, Nvidia, buy it. Stock was 8.5. As you see, after all these splits, 30 cents. And today, $175. Once you get some port size, sneaking in some 10-15% flips with shares every month, you're making some serious money. Yeah, that's what I say. What did I always say? Those people with more money, who could buy shares, who could buy options with more time. I said it all the time. I called them out. They should always be making money for the most part. And if we can do the shares, it's good. Like, you know, is the return as big? Of course not. But also at the same time, you know, if it happens to go down before it goes up, you know, you're not taking a loss until you sell it, technically, so you could just keep holding it. You're not losing, you know, 40, 70% of value because you have an option instead of shares. Why do you build me up, buttercup baby? Alright, look for some wind to get under our sails here again, though. We may bring it back down into this wedge, like we were saying. We may see new lows in the 7s, and then we may start to break out as we head into these earnings. About 2 weeks. About 2 weeks from today. First week of September. So, we'll see how this plays out. But again, we were talking about this line, which is a, you know, a decent support level. So again, we may like come up and just kind of dance around here, you know, and then hopefully if the earnings are kind of decent, we could try to pop back up here into the 9s and hopefully 10 and just kind of get back to where we started. No harm, no foul, you know. And if anybody wants to get out because they're a little, you know, worried, I understand. But in my opinion, on paper, this stock is undervalued. As rough as the last couple of quarters have been, you know, as cyclical we know as, you know, the firearm sector could be, I mean, technically it's undervalued in my opinion. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. Hosting the S&P seasonal September returns. And actually, yeah, according to this chart, doesn't really look like September's a good month, but we know anything can happen. Around 7 and well, like I said, if we come down, if we don't go all the way down, you can see, yeah, maybe like 740, like 730. It's possible. It's possible. Yeah, like we said, even if you're looking for a quick flip, like if they drop it like bang back down here, like 750, hit this fib, makes new lows, right? We may see the climb up and the rise going into the earnings. And then again, even if you don't want to risk it, you could always just flip it real quick and, you know, just take whatever couple of bucks. And then if you want, you can re-enter after earnings. I had a buddy, wasn't really a buddy, but I knew somebody who would do that. He would see most people play the earnings because they want to catch the pop of the drop after hours, right? And then they want to wake up and say, oh my God, I'm up huge. And he would play, you know, the next day after earnings. He would wait for earnings. So, again, there's so many freaking strategies. It's wild. It's wild. And again, I say, even we did the video here, we went up a little bit, then we went down a little bit here on the earnings. They broke it all the way down here to the low eights, hit this support, and then it bounced right back to where it was going into next earnings, right? So they broke it, and took it down here, hit new lows. Now we're gonna, you know, start to bounce it going into earnings, and hopefully you get back to 9 and you see this little pop. Like I said, I was looking for this path only because I didn't think they would take it this low. Because after hours here, yeah, they dropped it to like 9.5, and I didn't think they would completely take it down into the 7s. So I kind of drew this out like expecting just like a little bit more of a sell-off, and then we start bouncing. So we went lower than expected, but we're kind of in the same trajectory. Lulu, yeah, you know, like I said, what, they make their shit overseas, right? Oh my goodness. There you go. There's something I looked at. Look, see what I mean? I'm looking at shit even when people think I'm not looking at anything. Lulu, we hardly knew ye. Was this 219? Wait, was that on the 1 year though? Yeah, it's still kind of off. That's still kind of off. We can redraw this a little bit. We're not. Okay. Wait. Yeah, no. Sometimes I hit all these buttons because I feel like it may have been lined up. Jeez. Oh my goodness. I mean, yeah, kinda with the inverse. What do you hear here and here? I don't know. Doesn't look clean enough. And what is this? Oh, Barry bought it? When was that? Maintain to buy. $13p. 24 bill. Two three seven three 14. 22373 14. It's actually not that bad. 237 392. 254. 254. Yeah. 252. We're looking at about 10 billion and change again. So that would put us at 12. Really nice earnings history. Damn. Debt, cash, pretty even. Yeah, slowly going up. They're trying to counter the tariffs. Yeah, free cash flow dropped. Yeah, margins took a slight hit, it looks like. It wasn't too hectic, though. Shares are hanging out. Yeah, it's actually... that was Q3. This was Q1. Q2. Q2. Four and a third. That with the cash, so that would be like four. Four. 4 with 12 is 16. 16. Lulu came up with a new line, which apparently people hated. Oh, shit. 16. So we're trading 1.5. 13 PE. Barry just bought them. Dr. Burr. Dr. Burr. Do we know if it's made in China? Is it made, possibly anywhere else? Do we have this information? Cambodia. Vietnam. Alright, well, Vietnam, what? Didn't Trump, like, just meet with Vietnam and, like, you know, he's, they're alright or whatever? Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah, I mean, technically, it could be viewed as undervalued here, for real undervalued. You could see, like, a nice 25% pop right back to this fib here of at least 250, in my opinion, if not back to 300 plus. I just don't know. Because, see, like, even as they've been maintaining, we have more and more volume leaving. Yeah, maybe there, right? So that's your downside, in my opinion. That's your downside. 10% would bring us to 180. All right, so we'd be looking at about a 15% downside with a potential 50% upside, really, in my opinion. That's even being conservative. If they really come back and report a great earnings here, and they let us know that tariffs are not an issue, we may beeline straight up to 300. Because I think this 250 should be a layup. I mean, we dropped and we're above that after last earnings. A lot of red here in this wedge. A lot of red. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, today 17. 17 green candles. Out of what, about 60 trading days? Yeah, the juice might be worth the squeeze on this one. The juice might be worth the squeeze. If I remember though, like even back at like 300 when someone mentioned it, I think I looked at options. I think options are pretty expensive, so I mean, again, I stand by my analysis as I always do. If I'm wrong, I'll take it on the chin. But in my opinion, it looks like you got like potentially a little bit of downside, but technically it could be viewed as undervalued. They took the spotlight off of it. This could be the beginning of a recovery here. Yeah, I know, Big Bird. Don't you worry about nothing, brother. Gonna sick Oscar the Grouch on you. Bangladesh. Are you having an aneurysm, or is that where they make their apparel? Yeah, this could be good. This could be good. But yeah, wherever they make their stuff. Again, you guys, I know you're throwing out like Vietnam, Bangladesh, honestly, all that is kind of all right, as long as it's not coming like the bulk directly out of China. I don't think tariffs are going to be too much of an issue for a lot of these companies. I really don't. I think everybody will be alright. It'll be alright. Boo! Apparently, this other guy, Kevin, on X that people are following, he's been, yeah, I don't know, doing interviews and stuff. He seems very hyped about HGRAF. Thirsty. Still say again, I might be crazy, it might go lower. I still think something like Blackberry's in play. See how Soundhound did today. Mm-hmm. What do you know? Back at the bottom of the range. We're stepping. We're stepping. We're stepping. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Look at that volume. Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. So hopefully you hold that line. Maybe they'll flash it a little bit, right? Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Low in 971. So if we come there. No, 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 no. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. There it is. I'll get you, my pretty. Uh, Don't cry for me, Argentina. Oh, they're gonna try to pull a fast one. Ah. Oh, we're pulling a fast one. You son of a gun. You son of a gun. Yep. I see you. I see you. You wanna fuck on me? I see right through you. You suspect. Very cloudy still. It's depressing. What am I doing? Am I whining about it? Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. But still grinding. Still working. Money never sleeps. Hey, blowing out your rings. What was the other one? Vertex? Vertex? Vertiv? Yep. Yep. Up 50% from our original video, looks like. I think I heard that Kevin guy owns about 10% of HGRAF. Ah, I see. So yeah, I guess that would make sense that he's pretty pumped about it, but honestly, rightfully so. Again, I mean, every time we got a news update of them doing a trial with this graphene, I mean, the results were nothing short of spectacular, right? And we were doing updates together along the way. We got what, like 5, 6 videos going back, looking at all these updates from all these trials. So that's what I mean. You know, if this is coming to market, we're getting a facility online. I really don't know. Again, to the moon, I don't know. But also at the same time, I don't know if there will be much to slow it down. Just coming out of the gate so hot. Mm, mm, mm. Hmm. Again, when I originally mentioned this video, it was at $350 a share, which is 35 post split. That's what I mean. In the short term, from earnings to earnings, win, lose, or draw, on the earnings report, I'm telling you, in my opinion, people are missing the big picture here with this stock. Hey, it's my friend. Hello, friend. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, anytime, guys. Enjoy your dinner. Have a good night. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Mm, I didn't even see the way this closed. Look at this. Just went on a freaking tear. Yep, that's what happens. That's why, we wait for earnings, we look at the earnings, numbers are good, they bring the stock down, they keep a stock flat. You just gotta take a position, be patient. Again, earnings came out, initial pop, brought it all the way down, and now we insta spiked it back, got right back above where it was. Right? But they paused it because they knew everyone, all the traders were going to jump in on shares and buy the calls going into the earnings. And we have a healthy EPS beat, right? So they spike it quick and then they bring it all the way down, screw over the traders. Now they're going to rebound it and bounce it back. And look, big green, flagging, popping, wedging, popping, big dropping, coming up, wedging, dropping, and you see the big spikes coming in, tightening symmetrical triangle, popping up above the 20-day moving average. And of course, if we do this trend line here, 46.82, right? If we come down there and connect our tops, we just spike straight up clean above that. So now we're above short-term resistance here, just from here. Right? So now we're going to do this. $49. Damn it. Yep. Whatever you do with this information is entirely your own prerogative. That's my opinion of the situation. Oh, oh man. Yeah, 5:30, approaching dinner time. How long we been going? We're approaching 4 hours. All right, I'll hang out for 5 more minutes. We'll make it a clean 4 hours. Yep. Smoke a ball. All right, I got you, brother. I got you. Loading them up. Loading them up. Nah, Myra. You kidding? Let me tell you something, son. I'm doing this before you were born. So is that just your name, or you doing like meme coins and stuff too? Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I know a lot of people like to talk about Bitcoin, and a couple of people enjoy crypto, and they're talking about what, like Solana and stuff. So they post some charts and stuff in the crypto space. No, no, I don't have like the Coinbase account or anything. I don't really do any crypto trading. Um, but yeah, there's people in the Discord, and there's a crypto chat. It's over for a while, alt season. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's a handful of people that are into crypto. They like to talk about it after markets close. I mean, hey, at the end of the day, money is money, right? So if you can make it in that market too, why not? More power to you. Yeah, there was one coin I remember many years ago. I'm talking again, like back when I was a broker and stuff. Like Bitcoin was like, a couple of grand or something. It was just starting to climb. Yeah, that market's 24/7. So again, like I couldn't do it. I couldn't, you know what I mean? This market alone enough is stressing me out. If you're telling me moves can happen at 3 a.m. when I'm sleeping, I mean, you can't. How are you going to do that successfully? If it moves 24/7, you have to watch it 24/7, which is impossible. Yeah, back then there were many less coins, but I'm trying to remember. Oh man, what was that coin? Cardano? Is that still around? Right? What was it, like ADA or something? Cardano futures. Oh shit. There we go. Oh no, wait. This is the wait, hold on. Yeah, but is this that's not no. No. Oh. Oh. Cardano, hey, che fa Cardano? Oh, the sirens are coming in right as I'm looking at this. Holy crap, it's gonna explode. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All time. Yeah, this thing came online. Yeah, maybe it was like back then. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, we were looking at this one. Where'd this go to? What? What? Holy shit. Yeah, Monero was there too back in the day. Yeah, all those years ago. Damn. All right, well, hey, like I said, all those people who, believed in all that and held all those coins, good for you guys, man. More power to you. More power to you. Oh. See, and they're trying to bring this up. They're trying to bring this up. Why? Why? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think I know what I'm doing here. I barely got money to do options. I don't know. We'll see in the future. Maybe I'll jump into crypto space with you guys. Mm. Oh, my goodness. Well, I no longer a broker. It was, well, that was it was commission. It wasn't salary. And I mean, hey man, I was there for a number of years. I gave it a shot. First partner had like a drug problem or something. Still got over $1 million under management with him. Then he left, essentially started completely over with somebody else. Then actually with him, we got up to like, yeah, about like 2 mil and change actually, but it was just too much time that like there was nothing really happening. I just felt like I was standing still so many years. Unfortunately, didn't really do much after that, but that was more mental. But if you're a broker at like a big firm, you're probably doing well because you get a salary plus commission and whatnot. So definitely a different world. Yeah, and what do you do that through? Coinbase? You just do all that trading through Coinbase? Or was it now crypto.com or whatever the hell? Crypto, where the crypts go. That's Crips, CRYPT. There you go. Haha, safe. Coinbase Gemini. Yeah, that's cool. It's cool. Sounds pretty cool. You guys see this potential move here I'm looking at? Man, it's a good day for a nap. Bro, come on, bro. Don't you know anything? Stocks only go up. Come on now. Oh yeah. Yeah, this one might be yellow timber, yeah. Yep. Yep. That'd be a good play too if you catch that again, even if it spikes up quickly out and above that level, and it hits like 119, 119.40 or some crap, like after you step in here on a put or something. I still think it's gonna break down. I mean, it does look like they've been flattening it here, right, to try to form the ascending triangle. But again, even if they pop it, that's why I think that's going to be the key level there. And it really should stop and drop because they missed earnings, in theory. So, Seagate, yeah, Seagate, that's a throwback too. Even looking at that one when I was at the firm all those years ago. Good old Seagate, yep. You can see I got my lines drawn. Yeah, so that looks like, yep, top level resistance. We're right at it. Ugh. Yep. That's why you can see the stability, the runs, the climbs that we're seeing. And I mentioned this again, I don't know when you showed up, but I mentioned this months ago in my Trump video. We want the backup players in the tech sector. You do not want NVIDIA, in my opinion. You want the backup players. And you can see essentially all of these tech stocks are holding up. If they drop, they're bouncing right back for the most part, right? For the most. I'm sure we have our exceptions to the rule. But again, something like this, good call here. STX staying up, holding up, hitting highs, above resistance, uncharted waters. AMD with the great bounce back again, recently up to 180, pulled back a little bit as we expected, now potentially going to bounce back up. IBM also, they brought it down a little bit from highs, but it's been holding up well. That's why I was talking about, again, all of these, like the side players, the backup players. They're going to be the ones that now get this surge, you know, that they're going to get their leg up now. After, you know, the main 1, 2, 3 companies have been running for so long. Now it's their time to consolidate, and now the backup players are playing catch-up. Now they're getting some playing time, you know what I mean? Oh, you new today? All right, nice. Hey, happy to have you. All right. Dinner just showed up. All right, brother. Enjoy your dinner. Have a good night, man. Happy to have you. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Big Bird, appreciate the chat. All right, brother. Have a good night. Yeah, it's about that time, right? Everybody's eating dinner soon. Yeah. 4 hours and 9 minutes. Yeah, that's enough. But yeah, we'll pick up. Actually, let me check MBOT real quick. Did we explode to $7 after hours? Aw, boo. You suck. Yeah, we're topping out, though. Again, it wants to go. It wants to go. All right, that's it. Everybody who hung out, I appreciate you hanging out, showing your support. It means a lot to me, guys. Hope everybody enjoyed the stream and had a good day. And again, if you did not have a good day, that's just today, and there is always tomorrow. So hopefully everyone is happy tomorrow. And I'll